Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you. Look at that girl. No, how is that happening? I don't even know we're matching. I really match my classroom right here. Because it's black and white. This is my safe. So are we going to do this?
Good evening. I'm calling this meeting to order. The time is 5:30 p.m. In accordance with the Texas Open Meetings Act, Texas Government Code Chapter 551, this meeting is officially open with the quorum present. At this time, we will hear public comment addressing items on the agenda. Let me remind you that because of restrictions by the Texas Open Meetings Act, board members may not engage in a verbal exchange about a subject that has not been posted. We will listen and take notes, but the board is prohibited from responding to any inquiries made during a board meeting on any topic not posted on the agenda. However, the board may reply with 1, a statement of specific factual information given in response to the inquiry, 2, recitation of the existing policy in response to the inquiry, or 3, direct the person to visit with the staff about the issue. No presentation may exceed 3 minutes unless the speaker has prior approval for additional time because of the use of a translator. Speakers who require the assistance of a translator are permitted double the allotted time of speakers who do not require the assistance of a translator. Speakers, when your name is called, please approach the podium by going to the back of the room, down the stairs, and coming up the side wall on your right. As soon as the speaker begins speaking, the time clock will begin. And tonight, our first speaker is Scott Blanco Davis.
Doing all right today. I'm awake. Good afternoon, board. I think y'all know who I am, and it's good to see you all again. As we're looking at the agenda, someone's going to come and tell you some great things about art in the Gold Seal programs, and my art teachers asked me to kind of come and say, can we get the buses there so the kids can do art in first period? Literally, we're losing about 1,000 minutes of instruction on 2 buses. And we have 6 buses that show up late. They can't do the art and create the beautiful artwork if they're not sitting in first period. It also means some of them aren't going to get their letter jackets. Some of them they're going to have trouble when they go to state and are winning awards for us. This is really important for our art kids, not just our special ed, our AP, our on-ramps, all of our students. We're literally losing about 1,000 minutes of face-to-face time a day. 1 bus is 460 minutes. As teachers, we're taught to go right to the bell every day. It's kind of hypocritical that the district's okay losing 1,000 minutes a day. And I believe some of y'all got my email and no one corrected my math because I laid it out pretty good. Second, as we look at our new interim, I'm really hoping y'all pick someone that's gonna know Fort Worth. And I'm really hoping you're gonna keep that person long enough to do a really good search. I'd pretty much like to see that person spend the whole year there, because anybody that would leave their district or doesn't have a job right now is probably not somebody we want here. Fort Worth is interesting at the very least, and I think you want to get the best. And as that person comes in, I think I'd like to send a message from the teachers. I've been through 8 or 9 superintendents and interim superintendents now. I do not understand how my job has become the bureaucratic morass of misery and paperwork that it's become. As we bring it in, I'm suggesting you look at someone who does less micromanaging and more trusting of the teachers. I think when you look for this person, they should understand that the more you micromanage, the more paperwork we do for adults and the less we build for students. Y'all have a great afternoon.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Amanda Aine, followed by Sayeda Sain.
Good evening, President Martinez and Board. My name is Amanda Aine, a proud parent, taxpayer, and former teacher in Fort Worth ISD. I want to thank the majority of you for taking the first crucial step to ensuring the best outcomes possible for our students. Now, there are many more steps ahead. I'm speaking specifically to the decision that you're making tonight as who will serve as interim. There are some things that must happen swiftly and accurately to not only help our district heal, but also to see to it that our students are at the center and that we retain the teachers and staff that share the same sentiments. 1, we need to cut the excess of deputy and associate superintendents and directors and managers and those of the like. Most of them were brought in by Ramsey and played key roles in the tremendous hemorrhage of employees who truly cared. Some of them are homegrown and thought they could get a piece of the pie by participating in the demoralization of those who genuinely knew our community and served our students well. And lack of consistency harms our students and our families. 2, focus on literacy and core subjects. I do not mean add another program or a tracker or an administrative task. I mean allow teachers to teach, which brings me to number 3, trust your teachers. Stop finding time-consuming tasks to make us prove that we are doing the checklist of tasks that you've given us before the checklist. It takes precious time and energy and does not benefit student outcomes. 4, return librarians to every school. Every school needs a librarian to ensure that our children are literate. 5, reduce the number of assessments to MAP and STAR only. This gives teachers more time to teach and students more time to learn. 6, Tier 1 instruction must also be protected by not allowing consistent disruption by behaviors. Instruction time is precious and should be treated as such. 7, bring back meaningful professional development for educators. The same PD has been offered 3 years in a row. 8, please have someone look into and act quickly on cutting the ineffective directors and managers in the transportation and IT areas. This will allow an increase for pay for bus drivers and bus aides and will help in retention, which will help kids get to school on time, including my son, who is late at least 3 times a week to Young Men's Leadership Academy. Bring back family engagement specialists. They are truly a vital bridge between the school and the community. Put time and energy into building trust and build positive relationships with the community. And lastly, promote from within and start with Karen Molinar. She knows our city, our communities, and she truly cares about kids. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, Sayeda Sain, followed by Holly Plemons.
Good afternoon, trustees. I'm Sayeda Sayed, and do I need to mention my address? No? Okay. Thank you for your consideration of my name as a nomination for Tarrant Appraisal District Board of Directors. Right now, I'm the one who had most nominations across. I have TCC, Commissioner's Court, several school districts, and city councils nomination. But tonight is the biggest school district. I'm standing here, and this is the second time I'm speaking with the board. The job of Appraisal District Board of Directors, not the job of appraisal district, is to follow this book, which is called Texas Property Tax Code. And we all are bound to follow this book. You guys as a taxing entity, appraisal district board of directors, and taxpayers, they all have to follow this book. And on this book, chapter number 23, which is appraisal methods and procedure, this chapter starts with the sentence, all taxable property is appraised at its market value as of January 1st. And I do strongly believe that January 1st comes every year. Thank you for your consideration, my name as a board of directors for Tarrant Appraisal District. Hope to get nominated today from Fort Worth ISD and hope to get more votes. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. Next up is Holly Plemons, followed by Eric Crow.
Hey, Holly Plemons, mom of 3, taxpayer in Fort Worth ISD. It's good to see you guys all here, and I can't wait to see somebody sitting in that seat in between you, Toby, and Roxanne. I hope that you guys take this opportunity to promote from within. Fort Worth is an amazing city. We have a lot of amazing people here. We are different. We're special. And I know other cities might think that, but we're Fort Worth. I'm Fort Worth, so we're going to go with it that we're special. We have special needs here. We have a great city, a great community, and we need someone from this community that knows this community, is invested in this community, loves this community, and ultimately loves kids more than money. Someone that wants to bring back the wonderful things that Fort Worth ISD used to offer. When you guys do your presentation, I won't get to be here to see it, and I'm having to speak on it before it's given, but something for you guys to keep in mind. When Ramsey did the budget cuts, one thing that was cut was, it's always programs to the kids, was 40% to our fine arts. When we have children that are in fine arts and in athletics, they want to make the grades so that they can play, so that they can perform. And the kids that are in these programs, they consistently do better than kids that are not. So taking a 40% chunk out of that budget to put it in other extremely wasteful areas, I'm still going to complain about the additional $600,000 for additional assessments. Teachers are not happy about that. I'm going to ask you again, go back and undo that vote. It should never have been done. I hope that each of you take this opportunity that is in front of you yet again for another interim. We get somebody in that's ready to hit the ground running, is ready to make cuts that are not going to make people happy, but our admin is bloated. It was bloated before Ramsey. She made it more bloated. I hope that there's a whole bunch of one-way tickets back to Midland very soon, and I hope that there's no one-way tickets here. I hope that they're promoting from within, because how would you like to be at your job in this building and you know you can never move up because the superintendent's going to come in and bring all of her people? That would be really hard to work in a place where you know you're never going to have a future. And you guys have an opportunity right now to bring somebody in that's going to elevate other people up, not against people coming in from outside altogether, but not just constant one-way tickets from friends. Thank you guys. Have a good night.
Thank you. Up next, Eric Crow, followed by Daniel Bennett.
President Martinez, trustees, thank you. Good afternoon. I come to speak to you today as a candidate for the Tarrant Appraisal District Board of Directors. I emailed this board back on August 15th expressing my concerns about the recent actions of the appraisal district, as evidenced by this board's recent vote to disapprove of TAD's budget and by signing on to the letter with the 8 other districts expressing your dissatisfaction with the change to the reappraisal plan. This board has been doing its homework. Now I'm here to educate you about me and advocate for myself. I certainly don't have the name recognition of many of the candidates running, so I must do this the old-fashioned way and get out and speak with everyone that casts the votes. I've been nominated by a handful of entities, so my name will be on the ballot, but a name without context and definition leads to ambiguity and confusion. The appraisal district was intended to be a non-political board. Recent actions of the district certainly call this into question. The district's primary focus should be to work towards determining fair and equitable property values and delivering those values to the entities, period, end of story. However, the district does have other responsibilities that it must tend to. One is the administration of tax exemptions, and another being to ensure businesses file the appropriate renditions. What the appraisal district should not be involved in is tax policy, although its actions certainly do affect it. With these goals in mind, I've developed a 5-point plan, and it is my hope that this plan can serve as a blueprint for the future to address the problems currently facing the district and move it forward in a positive direction. Number 1, ensure complete and accurate computer-assisted mass appraisal data. Tarrant County is a rapidly growing county. It is vitally important for the appraisal district to capture all this new data and ensure accurate tax rolls that will benefit both the entities and the taxpayers. Number 2, educate the community regarding TAD's role in the tax process. 3, legislative outreach. 4, the creation of a tax entity liaison to serve as a point of contact for the tax entities. And 5, a pragmatic approach that is proactive versus reactive. These are my ideas, and I would love to discuss them more. However, 3 minutes isn't enough time to go into depth. Should any member of this board seek more information, I'd be more than happy to discuss further with you. What I believe this entity and all tax entities are seeking is a partner on the appraisal district board, not a puppet, but someone that will listen to and consider their needs before making wholesale changes. Just as you do in your role as a trustee, you listen to all sides, gather data, and then use your best judgment to arrive at a decision. I also pledge to do the same. What I seek is an opportunity to support you in your goals and the goals of everyone that has a stake in the appraisal district. I want to create an appraisal district that works for all, and that starts by listening to everyone and being transparent in my thoughts. I'm a strong believer in public education. It has brought me to where I am today. If you're ready to remove the politics for a common sense candidate whose goal is to help solve district problems and not create them, I humbly ask for your support. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Daniel Bennett, followed by Joe Palmer.
Not really. Howdy, Daniel Bennett. Dr. Ryan, you should be the next superintendent at Fort Worth ISD interim. That's all I know you're shaking your head no, but if we got to have a backup plan, you're my backup plan, just so you know. I want to talk about the appraisal district. That's why I'm really here. I know Mr. Crowell just spoke. I know his wife works for Katie Bowman of Birdville ISD. She's an employee of that school district. Under the property tax code, it may say that if you have a contract or associated through affinity with someone who has a contract with a participant within your central appraisal district, which would be the ISDs or the municipalities, you may be disqualified from being able to run as a candidate. That's left up to the chief appraiser. So we'll see what Joe Don says about Mr. Kryle's wife, Jennifer Kryle, or Jennifer Parker, working for Birdville ISD, which may be a conflict of interest. That's all I'll say about that. And there's other people who've been nominated who too have a conflict of interest, who've actually acted as attorneys in lawsuits, giving their contractual arrangement, which may also disqualify them under the property tax code. But while I'm truly here, I want to talk about what happened on the 23rd of September over at not River Oaks, but Haltom City. The legal firm Purdue, Brandon, Collins, Fielder, and Mott were contracted by the city of Haltom City to go knock on doors for businesses because they're not part of your system. They're not paying taxes. Now, I brought to you other entities that have had on their certified roll excluded property. One, Flower Mound, Louisville ISD. I was there last night. A $5.6 million building not on their certified roll since 2019. 2019. The building was completed in 2021. 4 years of not paying taxes. This is your TAD. This is your Central Appraisal District. You set your certified roll. You have all these implications that where you're having to set your ad valorem tax rate on fictitious numbers. There's 45 businesses in Haltom City that have not been on Haltom City's certified roll and not paying taxes. They didn't even file a rendition. And so we have a tax firm who works for TAD, one of 5 firms, hired by Haltom City to go out and knock on doors and saying, hey, you got to pay taxes.
Thank you.
So don't trust your certified roll. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Up next, Joe Palmer, followed by Amy Super.
Joe Palmer. Madam President, members of the board, I would like to echo calls to bring somebody up from within Fort Worth ISD, somebody who is locally based, who grew up here, went to Fort Worth ISD, because as it was said, they have ties here, and they have an interest that I think somebody flying in from out of town would not have. I would go even further, though. I would say that whoever this person is, it sounds to me like it's fairly well known at this point, give that person a realistic opportunity for the permanent position. That would fully motivate that person. And also, I think it would send waves of inspiration and confidence throughout the school district. A little bit of a different topic relating to the superintendent position. I do recall one particular member of the board running for re-election who's been serving for over a decade, I believe. One of the promises or assurances made during that campaigning was that they would have the ability, through their experience, to offer guidance to up-and-coming board members and existing board members who've served many fewer years than she has, through the critical decision-making process. One of those processes, I would think, would be the contract that you vote on for the superintendent. Don't screw it up like you did the last one. Look at it carefully. She's going to walk with $1 million from today or from 2 weeks ago, whatever it is. There's enough prestige left in this school district, despite the efforts of the VIP section over there and the superintendent, to have some leverage in who you decide to hire for superintendent, who you decide to bring in. Question is, could anybody in the school district who can fog a mirror do better than the current superintendent? I think the answer is yes. And so therefore, logically, whoever you bring in interim does have a realistic possibility of doing a better job than we've had. You may know who Charlie Munger is. Charlie Munger was recently passed. He was the vice chair of Berkshire Hathaway under Warren Buffett. And somebody asked, sagey old wise guy, wise man, not a wise guy. Somebody asked him, what type of thought processes does he employ when he's looking at helping a company? And he said one of the things he does is the inversion process. First thing he likes to do is think about how he can tear down the organization that he is trying to fix. And when I heard him say that, it clicked in my mind that these people that believe that there are those among us intentional, determined to bring down the school district so that the charter school for-profit will come in and snatch it up. I used to think that was rabbit hole conspiracy type stuff, but look at what all has been done under this administration in this school district. School buses not coming on time, refusing to hire mechanics for the school buses. A third or a quarter of your bus line is actually functional. The food that you're serving these kids is poison, and the portions are disgusting, minimal. Maybe it's intentional. Let's start fresh. I'm ready to work with new superintendent.
Time.
Thank you. Amy Super, followed by David Hafer.
That up closer. Good evening. With the exception of Trustee Rodriguez, thank you, the rest of you who accepted the resignation of our former superintendent at last month's board meeting. However, I have a lot of make it make sense sort of questions. I'll just read to you directly from a local news report. Ramsey stepped down as superintendent effective September 30th. The agreement states she will now serve as, quote, ambassador of public relations for the district until August 30th. So is she here or is she gone? Is she stay or did she go? She has a new title and is certainly receiving a lot of money. But going back to the article here, during that time, she'll be paid her normal annual salary of $335K, plus stipends, which totals about $400,000. So is that for doing the job of being the ambassador of public relations, or is that for staying the heck away from this district admin building. The agreement said that in addition to her salary, Ramsey was to be paid nearly $50,000 for unused vacation, personal leave, sick leaves before October 1st. She also gets to be paid another 1/2 of 1 year's salary and benefits. There's another $247,000 of my taxpayer dollars, your taxpayer dollars, all of your taxpayer dollars, okay? And then in addition to that, she'll receive another, I don't know, what is this, like a bonus payment? Another bulk payment of half her annual salary between January 1st and January 25th of 2025. 25 days? That brings her total compensation to about $950,000 to get out of Fort Worth ISD. Only not quite leaving, apparently, if you're going to be our public relations person. So make it make sense for me. Did we not read the contract from the get-go that you originally signed and ask for there to be goals in there so that you could fire her for actually not doing what she was supposed to be doing or the goals that you set for her? Was that what happened? Or did we not carefully review the resignation and the stipulations that came with it, which is why we're having to write all of these big checks over the next year for someone who is no longer doing the job that they were hired to do? I think you guys have an incredibly thankless job. I appreciate the efforts that you put into it. I know 5 of you are up for re-election. Hope you're reading my shirt here. Vote. It applies to everybody. Hope we'll all do it. I need you to step it up a notch. I need you to pay attention to details. I need you guys to be reviewing these contracts or getting better attorneys. We got a whole legal department in Fort Worth ISD. I don't know if they're the people who review these contracts or if we hire that out to one of the many law firms that we have as vendors that we pay each year. Either way, we've got to do better. Thank you.
Thank you. Our final speaker tonight is David Hafer.
Good evening, Madam President, members of the board. I'm David Hafer. First time I've ever attended a Fort Worth ISD board meeting. In August, the mayor of Fort Worth came in here along with a letter and lit a fuse that quickly grew into a big fire. It criticized district leadership, resulting in the forced resignation of the superintendent, effective 6 days after that action with no backup plan. And so I think that the mayor was also not just referring to the superintendent, but leadership broadly. So that action got my attention. And you have my attention now. When I went to watch videos of the most recent board meetings, I noticed some significant problems with management actions. And then I looked at that contract that the 2 previous speakers were referring to. It was a very one-sided exit contract, which frankly made me angry when I saw the total was nearly $1 million. So I understand you had the contract and you had to figure a way out of it, but still there was no backup plan. And so we've kind of been in limbo, I think, since the final day of the superintendent's active work. So, and then another speaker mentioned it's fairly well known who's going to be the interim, and I'm thinking, well, how can that be? I haven't heard anything about that. Where did that decision come from? One of the things that really troubled me, though, when I was looking at the meeting from the September meeting, that one that lasted 5 hours, late into the night, you went into that consent agenda there were 8 ratification items on the consent agenda. Where I work, 1 ratification would result in disciplinary action. And so how is it that we have 8 times with pretty big ticket items that the board is having to approve the expenditure after it's already been obligated? The first one that really got my attention was the ratification of rental audio and visual equipment for the convocation, which was $70,000 for renting that equipment for 3 days. Well, I was pleased when one of you asked for it to come off of the consent agenda. I thought, okay, let's see what they're going to say about this. But you know what? There was no communication. There was no question. There was no conversation about it. Nothing. It just gave an opportunity for 3 of you to vote against something that was already obligated. And then if you go on and you look down, that there was other ratifications, some of which were purchases that began in August, renewals of contracts, something that recurs. What kind of management is that you're coming along a month or 2 afterwards and you're approving something that was already obligated? What kind of management is that? That's not just a superintendent. All of you are supervising that as well. So we need to have better management here. Thank you very much.
Thank you all for sharing your thoughts this evening. At this time, we will move to item 4 on the agenda, which is comments by board members on current district activities and announcements. Do we have any comments by board members? Dr. Rodriguez? Trustee Dar?
Thank you, President Martinez. Last night, some colleagues and I had the joy of, and I mean joy, of attending the marching band benchmark exhibition. It's not really a competition, and at Clark Field, and it was the amount of work that our marching bands put into the shows that they perform for crowds of people at football games and for competitions is truly inspiring, because those band members work hard. And I will admit that I am a self-proclaimed marching band fangirl. But I just want to applaud them. I want to let them know that they are seen and that the hard work that they put into the shows that they're providing during football games is very much appreciated. I also want to give a shout out to the Pascal High School, to Coach Killo at the Pascal High School and his coaching staff, who brought their entire football team to Clark Field to cheer on the band, when normally it's the band who cheers on the football team. And it was really neat to see the football team in their jerseys sitting on the sideline cheering for their band, and that was that's what it means to be community. So thank you.
Thank you. Trustee Bridges?
I want to give a shout out to the Morningside Elementary choir. I was at the school while they were practicing for the Harambe Festival. I was really having a really tough day that day. But man, those kids put an unbelievable smile on my face just to see the energy and the excitement that they had, because they were all so excited to get an opportunity to perform outside of the school. So I want to celebrate them and the principal for the hard work that they're doing with our students. Thank you.
All right, if there are not any others at this time, we have Trustee Toby Jackson that will be reading a special proclamation tonight to recognize Judge Clifford Davis.
Thank you, President Martinez. First, I want to welcome Carolyn Davis and Avis Davis. They're here on the front row. And I just want to say that your father was very impactful in my life as I was in the 6th grade when his plan was put into action, and I was at Meadowbrook Middle School, and changed my life for much the better. I also want to say that my godfather was dear friends with him, and I had no idea that there was a legend in the house. I would have probably behaved a little bit better. But he's amazing, and it's amazing who he still goes and speaks to, students as well as adults, and his impact is incredible. Celebrating the contributions of Judge Clifford L. Davis, born October 12th, 1924. This will be his 100th birthday. Whereas Clifford Davis took the bar exam in 1954 and became one of only 2 African-American attorneys in Fort Worth. And whereas Davis filed a federal lawsuit in 1956, which would eventually result in the integration of Mansfield Public Schools. And whereas Davis filed another lawsuit in 1959 that resulted in a victory for the integration of Fort Worth Public Schools. And whereas Davis continued his vital work in the integration of public schools when he worked with the late Justice Thurgood Marshall on Brown v. Board of Education, Topeka, Kansas, the landmark U.S. Supreme Court ruling making racial segregation in schools unconstitutional. And whereas Fort Worth ISD named an elementary campus after Davis in 2002 to solidify his legacy in the school district, and whereas Davis became one of the first African-American lawyers to join the Tarrant County Bar Association in the 1960s, and whereas Davis formed the Fort Worth Black Bar Association in 1977, Whereas in 1983, he became Judge Davis as he ascended to the Texas District Court bench, making him one of the first African-American state judges in Tarrant County, state district judges in Tarrant County, where he served until 1988. Whereas Judge Davis received the Blackstone Award, the highest honor awarded by the Tarrant County Bar Association, and whereas Judge Davis resides in the National Bar Association's Hall of Fame. And whereas in 2012, the Tarrant County Black Bar Association renamed its organization to pay homage to the Honorable L. Clifford Davis, Texas senior judge, retired. And whereas Judge Davis received numerous awards, honors, and recognitions in the country, now be it hereby resolved that the Fort Worth ISD Board of Trustees issues this official proclamation celebrating the life, legacy, and crucial work Judge Davis did for the children of our community and the future of each of their education. Approved on October 8th, 2024 by the Fort Worth ISD Board of Trustees. And I'd like to ask at this time if we could go down and take a picture.
Yes. Board, at this time, I'd like to invite you to take a picture with the family of Judge Davis, and the time is 6:06 p.m. The date is Tuesday, October 8th, 2024. We will also now recess and reconvene for executive session as authorized by Chapter 551 of the Texas Government Code under Sections 551.071, 072, 074, and 076. In accordance with the open meeting law, the board opened the meeting at 5:30 PM with the quorum present, recessed open session, convened executive session, adjourned executive session, and now reconvenes open session at 8:42 PM with the quorum present. At this time, we will move to action item 6C, approve appointment of interim superintendent. Do I have a motion?
Yes, Madam President.
Trustee Luébanos?
Thank you. I move that the Fort Worth ISD Board of Trustees name Dr. Karen C. Molinar as the interim superintendent under the terms and conditions as discussed in closed session.
Second.
Any discussion? Please move to voting. All right, and the vote is 9-0, unanimous 9-0. All right, and we would like to welcome up our newly appointed interim superintendent, Dr. Karen Molinar. Thank you, Dr. Molinar. And at this time, we're actually going to take a short recess. We want to thank you for your patience. We will take a short recess. In accordance with the open meeting law, the board recessed at 8:42 with the quorum present and reconvened at 8:58. Thank you for your patience. And now we will go into the presentation. 3A, Fine Arts, CCMR, Gold Seal Programs, presented by Dr. Charles Garcia. I will turn it over to Dr. Molinar at this time, if you want to introduce.
Thank you, President Martinez. We have Dr. Charlie Garcia with us, and he's going to tee up our presentations tonight. Our first one is on our college career and readiness.
Thank you, Superintendent Molinar, President Martinez, Board of Trustees. We're happy to be here today to present to you two presentations that we're very proud of. And today we have the people that are doing the work in our district. I'm going to introduce two folks, our directors, one of our CCMR, College Career and Military Readiness Director, Dr. Robert Wright, who will be taking you through a presentation on CCMR and Gold Seals program. In addition to that, we also have our Visual Performing Arts Director, Jesse Cannon. They will be taking you through another presentation. So we think both presentations today are going to highlight the great work that's happening in our district and will continue to happen. So with no further ado, I'll introduce you to Dr. Wright.
Good evening. Dr. Martinez, Board of Trustees, and Dr. Molinar, I'd like to talk to you today about our college career and military readiness programs in Fort Worth ISD. We are very proud of the things we offer here, what they can do for kids. I'm going to give you a brief overview of the things we're doing and how we feel like we're making progress for our kids for their post-secondary endeavors. You guys have seen this data before. This is our college career and military readiness completer status by percentage. Back in 22-23, we're at an 81%, and this last year, 23-24, we raised the bar to an 86.6% rate on this CCMR completer status. That is outstanding. We are looking forward to this coming year to where we can raise that bar even higher. Our goal for 24-25 is 90%. And I'm really looking forward to continued improvement. If you look over the last 3 years even, we've had over a 20% growth for our students here in Fort Worth ISD. That is outstanding. And again, we're very proud of our teachers, students, staff for getting that done. I want to point out one thing on that 23-24 data. You may notice that asterisk there. That is because we don't know what the lagging data is right now, or we could give you another number. In the past, that number has, generally speaking, rose because we'll get our military graduates, we'll get some of our special ed graduates whose data comes in later than this point in time. So we cannot give you a full percentage at this point in time, but we're very proud of our 86.6%. And one of the ways that we're going to be working on that in the future, something that's already on the ground right now in Fort Worth ISD for our secondary campuses, is our post-secondary success teams. Each high school campus has a post-secondary success team, and that consists of the principal, his or her administrators, counselors, our college programs that we work with. It consists of someone from my team or myself that goes to these meetings as well. And what we're doing is we're trying to ensure that every single campus in Fort Worth ISD is pushing that work forward. So, this year we're going to shoot for that 90%, and we're going to keep going with that. You've seen this data before. This is our accountability calculation. So I know that when you look at this, you have the 3 domains. You have student achievement, you have student progress, and you also have closing the gaps. In the past, we've talked about this, but what I really want to point out is that CCMR is one of the largest percentages in all the domains. So it's imperative that that is one of our areas that we're being very successful in, and we're doing that. When you look at domain 1 and domain 2, the state takes the best one of those, multiplies it times 70%, then adds the closing the gaps percentage when they multiply that times 30 and come up with a final number for our high school accountability. So just to kind of set the stage for how that's looked at by the state. On our next slide here, we're going to talk about our completer status. In Fort Worth ISD, this is actually how our accountability is measured through these different metrics. When you look at it, we have, things like dual credit, associate's degrees, career and tech, on-ramps, Texas Success Initiative, or TSI, et cetera, going across the board. What you're going to notice is that many of them are fairly consistent across the board. The hardest one up there to achieve is going to be our associate's degree. That's where our kids are earning up to 60 hours of college credit and being successful the whole time while still taking all their high school classes. One of the things that folks, kind of struggle with is we look at that level 1 and level 2 certificate. What that is for is kids that earn a lesser amount than an associate's degree, but they earn between 15 and 51 hours. So that's a lot of hours that a kid can earn and be in that level 1 or level 2 area. So when we look at our last stat there, you see the Texas college bid at 60%. That's a large percentage of our kids. I want to explain to you kind of what that is. It's a college prep program that our students can take, and it helps them avoid remedial classes in college. So think about that for a second. What can that do for our kids? It can keep them from having to pay for those remedial classes that they don't even get credit for, honestly, they just have to pay for. So it's a great stat. All right, our associate's degrees. Here in Fort Worth ISD this last year, we earned 234 associate's degrees. Our students did. If you look, every year that number has increased. So what I want you to understand is there are some blanks there when there was no associate degree earned at a campus. Generally speaking, that's because that campus is building from 9th grade to 10th grade, 11th grade to 12th grade. These types of campuses, what are called PTECs and ECHSs, do not start with a full roster of kids. They generally start in the 9th grade. So it takes 3 to 4 years to get, kids that are graduating. So that's where we are in many of those programs. One thing I'd like to bring up, I did this math earlier. Think about this, if those 234 kids got 60 college hours each, how much did that save them in college? It's a little bit over $800,000 that those 234 kids saved in college. That's pretty powerful, y'all. One of the things that I want to look at here is when we look at the Paul Dunbar High School there with 1 associate's degree last year. This is an area that we are working on, and long story short, when it is a PTEC program, there are times when it's very difficult for us to get a college instructor in that program. As you guys know, it's aviation. So we've had meetings with TCC, we've had meetings with American Airlines, and what we did today is we're able to finally bring both partners together and say, how can we make this work? So that meeting happened today, and we don't have a final resolution yet, but that conversation has started. How can we support Dunbar better with this program? I want to take you, to our advanced placement classes. What you can see here is over time, the bars on the left, the longer ones, are the number of students who took a test over that time period. The shorter bar is kids that got a 3 or higher on those exams. And the line going across the graph is to show our percentage of growth or percentage of passing over time. Within the last year alone, we increased almost 5% for our kids across Fort Worth ISD, so we're really proud of that. One of the things I want to talk to you guys about is that, I did the math on this one too. Kids saved about $187,000 just by taking AP classes this year for college credit for the kids that got 3 or better. And we had 7 campuses across the district that were recognized on the AP honor roll by College Board. Those campuses are, we got a Platinum Award for WLI and Young Women's Leadership. Gold Awards for I Am Terrell, Silver Awards for YMLA, Benbrook, and Pascal, as well as a Bronze Award for Arlington Heights this year. So that those campuses are be recognized for their great achievements there. Just quickly on what are we doing to, help increase that 36% where we are right now. We are ensuring that our teachers and our students are utilizing the College Board app, on their computers. When we use that function, it allows them to take practice tests. It allows them to do study habits and learn, word walls and all the different things that they can do. We're actually started AP walkthroughs for all of our campuses as well. So we're really trying to support our advanced academic growth as we move through the program. And to my knowledge, this is some of the first times we've done this in the district. So we're really proud of the work we're doing there with AP. Give you a second to look at this data on your screens. If you look at the data from 2021 to 2024, we've actually increased by 10,000 credit hours for kids earning college credit in Fort Worth ISD. That's amazing, y'all. When we look at the number of courses taken, look at that, over 9,000 kids taking a course last year in dual credit. That's amazing again. Our kids are doing well. They are passing their classes and earning credit. The average student in Fort Worth ISD in a dual credit program earned 10.27 hours last year. That is a growth of 21% in this time period shown. Again, that's great work. One thing I'd like to bring your attention on before we leave this screen is that every student group increased here. Everyone over time. So really proud of all of our kids achieving. So the total, if we add the dual credit, the AP, all the things across the board, our students saved approximately $2 million in college costs by doing our programs. I really want to commend the kids and our parents and our community for putting this together for us. If we look at our industry-based certifications here, this is a graph that shows student participation in industry-based certification attainment. This last year, TEA did change the rules on us, so our numbers are a little bit lower than they were last year. We actually lost the ability to utilize Microsoft Office as a IBC. What we're still offering that IBC because we want kids to still learn it, because we think it's important, but we're really looking at making sure that we're meeting the TEA accountability requirements, making sure those things are offered for our kids, and coming on the backside to offer new opportunities when TEA allows it. One example of that is law enforcement and legal. Up until this year, the legal pathway had no IBC. So they're actually developed one now. We're moving towards implementation. Implementation. And last thing, we actually had a 3% increase this last year in our IBC rates of passing. So our kids increased their passing scores at a rate of 3% last year compared to the year before. We talked a few minutes ago about PTECs and ECHSs when we looked at our associate's degrees. An outcome-based measure is how TA rates them. So we're going to talk about this in just a second when we go through some of our showcases. If you see the words there, access, achievement, and attainment, you can tell, with access, we're looking at at-risk students, we're looking at emergent bilingual students, we're looking at those types of things. With achievement, it's scoring on tests. And attainment is getting degrees or college hours. So I want to put that knowledge to use real quick. The first program I want to spotlight is the Northside High School P-TECH program. This program was recognized by Educate Texas, the company or the organization that works with P-TECHs and ECHSs across Texas. And they recognize this program particularly because of their success. If you look there on the right-hand side, you can see the number of associate's degrees last year as well as the number of IBCs. The kids did very, very well. I want to take your attention to the very last bullet. They earn the level of distinction. That is the highest rating TEA allows. So these kids and this program is doing very well. Our next spotlight is on Early College High School at O.D. Wyatt. When we look at this program, if you look on the left there, there's 241 students in this program now. That is up by approximately double from 2 years ago. So our numbers there are increasing. The kids are doing well. If you look at that, last year they earned 22 associate's degrees. I want to let you know there is a bit of a difference between an ECHS and a P-TECH. ECHS has an Associates of Arts, while a P-TECH program has an Associates of Applied Science. There's a slight difference there. When we look at this program, look at that number of hours there, 3,374 hours last year alone, just at O.D. Wyatt. That's amazing. The great thing, guys, is we have 45 students on track for this year to get their associate's degree there. That's great growth and great opportunity for our kids. We actually already had 4 kids graduate this year. It's amazing that they've already went to summer school and did what they need to do to get that degree already. We celebrated them a few weeks ago. Hopefully you saw it on social media. The next spotlight, I want to talk about our community spotlight. This is a program with Eastern Hills, South Hills, and the Fort Worth Police Department. I saw several of you last year at the event when our kids graduated from this. You know, when a kid goes to this program, they're going to do all the physical things. They're going to learn law. They're going to learn how to work with people, conflict de-escalation, all the different things that police do these days. And when the kids got out of this program, they asked them, compared to when you first got here, compared to now, what is your thought about the police department? And it changed dramatically for every one of the kids in this program. It was amazing. So I want to thank Chief Noakes and the superintendent for allowing us to do this program, because it's really making the difference in the life of kids here. Next, we're going to talk about TIA. The first CT cohort was cohort E. We're now into F and beginning G now. So over this time period, our CT business teachers started. Then we went to our, sorry, my eyes are getting old, I can't read it up there. We went to our healthcare and IT people, it looks like, as well as trades. So every year we bring in new teachers to the program. We utilize a program called Use Science to be able to do a pre and a post test for our kids, match that up with their T-test, T-test data, and then see if they become designated, which means they have a chance to earn more money because they're doing a great job for our kids. We actually had 4 teachers that qualified for this year. So that's outstanding. All right. This is probably the most proud slide in the whole thing. We have kids in career and technical student organizations. These are, think of it like the CTE volleyball team, the CTE football team, those kind of things, where kids compete against other kids from the local area, the state, nationally, even internationally. We had over 1,000 kids in this program this year. 200 made it to the state level, and over 30 of them made it to the national level. The people you're looking at on the screen are our national champions from Fort Worth ISD. The kids on the left represent Southwest High School in Skills USA. These kids actually won 2 golds at the Skills USA contest, which is, trust me, not easy. When we look at the other 2 pictures, those students are in our TAFE program. TAFE is our Future Teachers program. So I'm going to suggest that we utilize our talents to bring these kids back when they graduate from college, because they demonstrated national excellence already in teaching. The kids in the middle are from Western Hills, and the young lady on the right is from, oh my gosh, I can't read it, Arlington Heights. Guys, I need to get glasses, I'm getting that point. Last thing is our Gold Seal programs of choice. This is an opportunity that this district offers our kids and our parents to reach out and determine their own path in education. This program is, to me, it provides no boundaries for kids. Kids can do whatever they want to do based on all the different programs we have. I'd like to invite everybody on November 9th to the Wilkinson Grinds Activity Center, because we're going to have our expo that day. It's a Saturday. We'll be there from 9 to 1. I invite everybody out, everybody's listening right now. Please go to our website there at fwisd.org/choices to see your options. When you go to apply, the application is not quite open yet. It will open after Expo. But when you apply, you can apply for up to 3 programs at one time. We had over 10,000 applications last year. That's pretty strong. There were just over 6,600 kids that applied with those 10,000 applications. So we'd love to see your child's name up there at some point. Lastly, for 9th grade, we have our applications and percent offered up here. I'd like to point out that in every case, with the exception of 2 or more races, that you have over a 60% chance of getting in this program. I would really encourage all of our community to apply if you have a student or grandkid or whoever wants to be in this program. It starts as early as kindergarten. We have another entry point at 6th grade and another one at 9th grade. So please apply, and thank you for your support on that. In closing, before I go to questions, I'd just like to recognize all of the CT teachers, all the advanced academics teachers, everyone across this district that puts their lifeblood into kids. Because as you can tell, with saving over $2 million for college, our programs are working. They're doing great things for kids. And I thank you as the board for your support and for your continued, ability to help us push forward into the public. So thank you. At this time, I'd open up for questions.
Trustee Lynch.
Dr. Wright, thank you for taking the time to share this information. A lot of exciting things happening, a lot offered across the district. I guess first question I have is, how do we decide what's offered where across the district?
That's a great question, sir. We do have programs of different natures at almost all campuses. It depends on what we're talking about, CTE or advanced academics. A lot of it comes down to student choice. What students want, we try to bring to that campus or offer it to where they can get to it. So that is how we're going to determine where things are, is through the choice program. We have things set up everywhere throughout the district and provide opportunities for kids to get there.
Okay. And just a follow-up to that, with the nature of technology today, why do we not bring kids to things rather than making kids go to schools for things?
It's a very good question. I think my answer would be that it's difficult. It depends on the age of the child, the student, right? What we've seen when we go to college classes that are online, if we have a freshman, a lot of times that's a little bit more difficult for them to mentally focus. That's what we've seen. I can see how we can offer that to older kids, and we do. We have online classes throughout the district as well.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Trustee Dar.
Thank you. Thank you for this presentation. One observation is that I appreciate the fact that repeatedly throughout your presentation you lauded the students and the hard work of the students and the effort that they put forth. And so I appreciate you recognizing how significant the effort is on the part of the students, and I appreciate you concluding your presentation with how significant the effort is on the part of the staff and the teachers. So thank you very much, because none of this happens without students who work hard and teachers who work hard to ensure that students are meeting their potential. I am a huge fan of dual credit as a parent, as an educator, and one reason is that it is a way to get college credit that looks at a body of work, not just at a test that you take on one day, because let's be honest, some of us are better test takers than others. I would fall in the others category. But yet it's frustrating sometimes when my kid wants to take a dual credit class and yet it's not offered because we simply don't have staff to teach that class. So how are we actively recruiting people to, and I know that you can't just find a regularly certified teacher to teach a dual credit class. There's additional work that has to go into and training that goes into teaching that college level class, not only for dual credit, but also for AP and also for on-ramps. But how are we actively recruiting staff and professionals in order to expand the offerings that are available for our students?
It's a great question. I met with Mr. Bailey and his team yesterday. We were talking about exactly that same thing. How can we get this to the public? How can we put our exact qualifications for dual credit, whether it be English, one of our P-Tech programs needing something in aviation, all the different things. So we're discussing how we can do that with them from a marketing approach, number one. Number two, we are working with all of our teachers across the district. We will put out a email saying, hey, who has a master's degree? We talk to HR, talent management, do the same thing. I think the real answer is this is where we need to work. Honestly, that's a point that we can all take in. And when I talk to principals about it, I say, hey, we have to consider these things when hiring. If someone is an equal candidate and they have a master's degree versus not, I'm hoping that's taken into consideration because we do need those people embedded.
Okay. Please continue that conversation.
Yes, ma'am.
Because it's an important conversation, and I'm glad that the conversation has started, but I'm sure that there is more conversation to be had. Thank you.
Trustee Jackson?
Thank you, President Martinez. Thank you for this presentation. Starting on page 7, looking at dual credit courses passed, when you look at all students, the passage rate's gone in 2020 to 2021 from 87%, and it's cruised up to 90, 91, and 91. So it's now flat. How do we increase that? And the next time you bring the data, could you put the percentages, because it would be helpful?
Yes, ma'am.
Just because it's easier for me to look at it that way.
Yes, ma'am.
Everybody else may not feel that way.
So I'll answer that question, and one of the ways that we're doing this is exactly what we're doing with our AP classes. We're doing those walks across advanced academics. So with that walk, we're helping the principal look for certain things. We're helping for the teacher to understand where we are. We're utilizing our PLC time that was given this year, which is outstanding, to ensure that everybody's on the same page of how to push forward with our kids. So hopefully that helps to understand what we're trying to do.
It does, thank you. And then on, it doesn't have, I guess it's page 12, the CCMR Community Partnership Spotlight.
Yes, ma'am.
I was there that night. It was a very proud moment because we've been working on that for about 14 years. But we've increased from 26 to 49 kids in this program, so that's 88% year over year, which is huge. I mean, that's incredible. And that's difficult because you're taking them to Bob Bowen. It's easier for South Hills than Eastern Hills. The kids love the program. And the one thing that I will mention as well is the city hired 6 of the 7 kids, so 86% of the kids that were eligible from the senior class are working for the city police department. That's incredible.
Yes, ma'am.
I mean, that's just a great transfer for us, and we talk about the city needs a workforce. There you go. I mean, it's 6, but there's still 6. And I also am very impressed that this went from 1 to 2 classes. that doesn't happen with just magic. That's a lot of elbow grease and a lot of hard work.
Yes, ma'am, thank you.
So thank you for that. And then the last thing I wanted to say about it is that evening, not only did the students talk about what they learned, the police officers, each of them commented on what they learned. They were as fearful of teaching kids as the kids were of being on top of the 12-foot fence trying to learn how to get over it. And so it was great for the police officers. It's great for our community, but it was great. It's really great for our kids. And I just think more activities like that from our district just build a stronger partnership with the city. And I just wonder if there's not something there with the county and the sheriff's department as well.
Yes, ma'am.
So thank you. Thank you so much.
My pleasure.
Trustee Bridges.
Thank you, Madam President. Great presentation, number one. My question is, how are we getting the information out to the community about this program? Because I'm constantly getting postcards from other schools in the area about things that they're doing, which is nowhere on this level. So.
Yes, sir. To be honest, that is a very difficult thing, and we're trying to work through it. You know, at a time that you think that you've done everything you can, and you figure out there's still a pocket of folks somewhere that don't know about it, right? One thing that we're doing, remember how I talked about the post-secondary success team? One of the people we're inviting to that meeting is the middle school principal and the elementary school principal, if they can make it. Because what we want to do is to develop that line through that feeder, through the pyramid,
right,
you know, up so people will know, hey, Johnny, you want to be guess what, at Eastern Hills High School, we have a cybersecurity program and you're going to do a great job. You know what I mean? So that's how we're marketing internally. But we can do better with our external marketing too.
Thank you. Well, not only from the marketing perspective, but really highlighting some of the good things that are happening that you're not hearing it a lot of other places, but getting that information out. My last question is actually similar to what Trustee Dart asked, because I was eating lunch with a group of kids today, and some of them who had some of the some of the classes, advanced classes, but it started off that way, but their teacher left. So they went through a whole year of substitutes. So how does that work from the kid's perspective and the parent's perspective?
Well, sir, when that happens, we do everything we can to begin looking for a new teacher, you know, to match those credentials. And a lot of times that's the hardest part, is to find somebody that is dual credit credentialed, you know, an AP teacher over whatever class we're talking about. You know, even an auto tech teacher, so those are hard to replace too, you know, depending on what area we're talking about. So we do reach out to the community and things on Facebook and all those types of things to try to recruit those teachers. Reach out to professional organizations. That's one of the things with CT. We reach out and say, hey, we need a teacher in whatever area we're talking about, and just disseminate the word as far as we can. In the meantime, my staff will go in and help. You know, my instructional specialist staff will go in and help that if we have a long-term sub or whatever the case may be, because we want to help those kids still be learning during that whole process while we're getting a new teacher in the classroom.
So they can still get the certification if there's a substitute in there?
If we're talking about CT, it makes it a lot more difficult.
Okay, thought so.
But yes, sir, we do our best to continue that education.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Trustee Dar.
Yes, another question. How is Fort Worth ISD encouraging participation of students with disabilities, whether they are special ed students or students with 504 plans?
Well, firstly, we have a non-discrimination policy. So a student that wants to be in that class can be in that class. That's number one. One thing we've developed a partnership with counseling, and we're ensuring that when we're in ARDS, you know, we're talking about the opportunities for those kids, talking to their parents, making sure they understand what's available so we can get kids in the program.
Are we actively including special ed and special ed teachers in this conversation so that they can help encourage some of this participation as well?
I don't know that I can say we're actively encouraging special ed teachers, no ma'am, but again, the R process is where we really try to pick that piece up.
Okay, thank you.
Trustee Luanos.
Thank you, President Martinez. Can we go back to slide 17 or page 17, the last one? Is that 66% the students that got into the program?
Yes, sir.
So what are we doing to get 100% of the students? Or can we make it 100% of whoever applies?
It depends on the program, sir. So some programs have a max cap, and we meet that cap. So at that point in time, the lottery system takes over and fills the program. I think where we have some ability to put kids is in programs that aren't full. So yes, sir, that's where we would put those kids and you know, fill up to our abilities in our classes.
So is it all of the students getting into some kind of program? Or, because you say that we put them in a lottery system. So that means some of them are not getting into the program?
Some of them don't get their first choice. They'll have a first choice, maybe a second, and maybe a third choice because they get up to 3. And so we can offer a kid in their second choice, but they may turn us down. They may say,
I wanted the first one, and that's it.
I want the first one, and that's it. Even though they may have applied for 2 or 3, sometimes they say no to us to an offer like that.
And are the programs that we have them that are most popular, are we increasing that cap to get more students into that program? Or are we limited to 100 students and that's it?
The limit is generally due to our teaching staff. Generally, we have, if let's say welding, there's only so many welding bays. There's only so many instructors. So I would love to have more kids in welding or auto tech, but you know, we do hit a cap on space as well as educational staff.
And do we have the up-to-date programs or the up-to-date welding machines for students to learn on the latest technology, or the up-to-date software for students to learn on the latest car? I mean, we don't have a 1999 car when we have 2024.
Well, to be honest with you, we met with one of the local dealerships, and they're actually donating cars to us right now. We're going through the process because you're exactly right. If we continue to work on carburetors, that's not the new step or what's in cars these days. So we do work with our industry partners to ensure that we have everything we can have in that lab for student success and knowledge at the current levels.
Great. So hopefully also a new airplane simulator, not the old one at Dunbar.
Well, hopefully that comes through the American Airlines contact we made this week, sir.
Nice.
We need to work on that one.
Nice. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Trustee Lynch.
Can you speak to where welding is being offered currently?
Yes, sir. We have it at Trimble Tech. We have it at DHJ. We have it at South Hills. And I feel like I'm missing one, guys. The Southwest kids come to South Hills. We bus them over after their initial program class.
If there was a kid interested in welding that didn't attend one of those schools, can they get involved in it?
That would be through the Gold Seal program, yes, sir.
And can you elaborate on that, please?
So they would need to apply during the application, either the normal process or the late application, and then be accepted into that program.
Does that mean they would have to attend that school?
Yes, sir, they would.
Okay. And I guess just out of curiosity, I mean, these are high school kids. We're asking them to change where they go to high school for potentially exploring an interest. To me, that seems challenging at best.
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Trustee Bridges.
I'm sorry, this is the last question. What kind of partnership do we have with some of the businesses? There's a lot of development that's going on, and how are we working with that?
So, sir, we have an advisory board that's consisting of many, many companies. I don't have an exact number for you, but it's a lot of companies. Our industry chairperson is from Lockheed Martin. He comes in and helps us run the meeting, and we talk to all the industries about the programs we offer. Are we offering the best, like Mr. Luevano said, the best equipment, the things that are up to date, the software, all those types of things. And then we get their feedback on that and ensure that we're providing the best opportunities we can for kids. So we do have a lot of opportunities with our local industry, and we push for more every day.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Dr. Mullen?
Yes, I just wanted to, Trustee Lynch, address one of the questions you asked about facilities and space. So some of the districts surrounding the Metroplex are looking into CTE centers, and we're looking at how we could possibly even partner across districts. So instead of us having to, fund facilities, build facilities at our independent high schools, but how can we work together across districts within the region of Tarrant County with other districts and create opportunities at CTE centers that we have a great partnership. And that's also good for our businesses to come together and be able to not only impact one district, but multiple districts. So I know those conversations are happening externally, and we hope to jump on board and be part of those conversations for the future, because we do have a lot of kids who do not have the opportunity to participate in some of the gold seals due to lack of not only teachers, but facilities and space as well.
Thank you.
Dr. Molnar, if I may, we actually have the automotive task force that I believe we've spoken about, and that's doing exactly the same thing. Autobahn and I believe about 10 different organizations within the automotive industry. I'm on their board, and we are talking about how to make things better in exactly that same kind of way. So the word is getting to business, and we're trying to expand those opportunities. Yes, sir.
I have one question. You said earlier that the programs are based primarily on student interest, and I think I may know your answer to this, but how are we also ensuring that the selected programs are both lucrative and in-demand careers for our students? Do we use the committee for that, or the?
We do. There's something called the CLNA, the Comprehensive Local Needs Assessment. That's something we fill out every 2 years for Perkins, and we look at workforce data, we look at pay rates, we look at, the amount of jobs open in Texas, not only regionally, but statewide, all those types of things. And we use that kind of data to make decisions. Hey, is this a good program? Or should we possibly consider, moving past that program to the newest?
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Wright. Amazing things happening in the areas of CTE, CCMR, and so I think if we had a full audience today, it'd be a standing ovation for our great work from our teachers, our staff, our students, the Board of Trustees, and the strategic planning to make those opportunities available. With that being said, we have our visual performing arts that we're going to talk about here, and we thank you very much for the opportunities that we give our kids every single day. We think you can enjoy this presentation and all the great work that's happening in VPA. I want to introduce you once again to our Director of Visual Performing Arts, Mr. Jesse Cannon.
Good evening, Dr. Molinar, President Martinez, and members of the board. Before I begin tonight's presentation, I'd like to invite you to turn your attention to the screens as we highlight the incredible programs that we offer throughout the district. Awesome. Well, thank you all once again for giving me the opportunity to speak with you tonight. I believe I truly have the best job in the world, as myself and my colleagues that are here tonight are a small portion that have the opportunity to support our teachers in the district in visual and performing arts. So I'm excited to share with you the impact that arts education is having across our district. I also, before I start, I want to thank ADQ and Talent Management for collaborating with some of the data that you'll see before you tonight. Here's the district's commitment to arts education. As we all know, it's not just an extracurricular activity. It's a vital component to our students' development as it fosters creativity, critical thinking, and collaboration. The list goes on and on. Tonight, I want to take you through some key highlights, achievements, and ongoing efforts that reflect the district's unwavering commitment to ensuring that every student has access to a high-quality education, arts education. All right. I want to begin with the scope of our impact. Trustee Bridges, you mentioned your visit at Morningside Elementary and Ms. Butler's music class, and that is what our students are able to experience every day in Fort Worth ISD. And so all of our elementary students receive art and music as a part of their education. And then as we go into our secondary campuses, we go into some more specialized programs that you see here. But these are the numbers that reflect our students' participation in our visual and performing arts programs. As students progress through middle school, their participation, it reflects their interests, student interests, and this is where we start to see students specialize and develop their passion, whether it's in dance, art, theater, or music, with the many different music disciplines that we have there between band, choir, mariachi, and orchestra. And then in high school, we see their passions transform into lifelong skills, right? And so while many of our students pursue fine arts beyond high school, even those that don't are able to walk away with some of those skills that they've developed that influence some of the careers that they decide to choose. Our high school programs have grown tremendously, especially in some of the areas. I'll point out choir and theater. Our numbers are beginning to rise there post-COVID as well. As mentioned earlier, none of this would be possible without the incredible work of our talented educators here in the district. So just wanted to provide that information of how each of our content areas are supported by expert teachers here within the district. I'll begin to break down and show the wide range of course offerings that we offer here in Fort Worth ISD by content area, beginning with visual art and the number of courses that we provide K through 12. You'll see highlighted in your slideshow that you have there that jewelry is a course offering that we provide in the district. Currently, that is only offered at Arlington Heights as a specialty program. I want to also highlight the student artwork that is there from Emmanuel Magana from Carter Riverside High School as one of the pieces that will be showcased at our Hispanic Heritage Art Gallery next Friday at Arts de la Rosa. We will be sending that information out for you all to attend, and it's also on social media if you would like to share as well. As we move to instrumental music, want to highlight as we begin to have conversations about closing the gap with access, happy to announce that we this year have added orchestra to Eastern Hills High School. And so that is another program that is thriving with Ms. Brenning there. She teaches at McClung and Eastern Hills High School. You'll also see on the slideshow where middle school and high school mariachi are currently offered, as well as middle school and high school orchestra are currently offered. And we currently provide band at each campus at the secondary level. Choral and elementary music, you see the offerings there, K through 12. And we have, if you have been able to see any of our show choirs perform, shout out to Southwest High School. We have several other campuses that also do the work and compete at a very competitive level at the state and nationally. Also want to bring attention to the Elementary Music Festival, where students across the district come together. And so every elementary campus is represented in that with the work that our coordinator and specialists do to curate that event. Also spotlighting the Fort Worth ISD Gospel Fest, which this school year, happy to announce that this will be the 40th year. This event was created by the Jewel Kelly. And so we are excited to host that event once again in January. So our students are able to come together, and really this showcases the wide, vast options that we provide, not only within our entire department, but culturally and with various genres as well. The dance program, our dance programs here in the district begin at the secondary level in middle school and high school. And so I did want to spotlight the I Am Terrell dance program, as they have gained both statewide and national recognition, even in the campus's infancy, but also to spotlight the director of that program, who is a product of Fort Worth ISD, Ms. Kristen Reyes. Theater also begins at the secondary level and plays a vital role in our students, building our students' confidence and creativity. And you see the courses that are listed and offered throughout the district. This photo that is here is from the first district-wide summer musical that we just did this year. So students across the district were able to audition and participate in a district-wide musical, which was Cinderella. So you were able to see some of those clips in the pre-video before this presentation. We love data. And so I wanted to share this information with you, as we know that while arts education is just as much about its creativity, but it also plays a significant role in students' academic performance. So when we compare students who have only completed the state required arts courses with those that have been enrolled in fine arts for 2 or more years, we see clear improvements in STAR performances, with students with extended participation in arts consistently achieve higher rates of academic success in approaches, meets, and masters. So as we look at the high school data and the STAR scores, you see that reflected. The numbers that are on part of that graph are in percentages, right? The number of students that are passing and the passing rate in each of those areas. Our middle school data also mirrors what we see at the high school level, with students who are deeply engaged in arts showing significant growth, especially in the areas of numeracy and literacy. Our department, in addition to supporting teachers with content-specific professional development, we also partner with campus administrators so that we provide them with look-for documents, which are utilized primarily to ensure that we are assessing and reinforcing effective teaching practices. Just in other content areas, the student growth is paramount. This is also something that our department prides itself on, because without student growth, our programs don't experience the level of success that is needed, nor is it competitive with other districts in the area. Want to spotlight a couple of programs as we get to the end of the presentation, and beginning with South Highmount with Ms. Lopez, who teaches art there, who's been a long-standing teacher here in the district, as well as Ms. Black, who is Teacher of the Year at this campus as well. And what they do really well is collaborate together between those two teachers. But I also know that these two teachers stay connected with their students K through 12. For instance, Ms. Lopez, I was able to witness at the district art show last year, where she connected with a high school art student that is in the jewelry making program at Arlington Heights, and able to share with them some of their artwork and talk about their progression as they were in elementary school to where they are now. And so that was just a really great moment to experience. But also with Ms. Black, following that same trend and following her students as they achieve success throughout the TMEA process and attending their All-State concert. And so I think that as we work on vertical alignment in our department, as well as across the district, this is one of the things that we're discussing, not only the relational component, but also the vertical alignment where we're building skills K through 12 in our area. McClung Middle School in their theater department with Mr. Desmond is their program enrollment. They have robust offerings at McClung Middle School, and excited about all the success that they're experiencing there. This photo that you see is from their spring production of Seussical the Musical. And I wanted to spotlight this group because Mr. Desmond has currently in place a community partnership with Maroon 9 and Acted with Miss Davis. And in the Eastern Hills Pyramid, this is a community partner that provides the service to those campuses with contact resolution through the avenue of theater. And so we're really excited about the growth that's happening there and that collaboration that happens within the community. The next spotlight at a high school campus is Diamond Hill Jarvis with Miss Casey Dobbins, who is also a product of Fort Worth ISD and a dance teacher here in the district. The photo that you see is from our district dance showcase, and wanted to spotlight and really celebrate the work that Ms. Dobbins is doing, not only with the growth of the program, but as she leads that department at Diamond Hill Jarvis, and the collaboration that takes place with, they did a production of The Addams Family last year, and fashion design, woodworking, art, choir, all collaborates together to make that happen. So just excited about how our teachers work together at each individual campus. I would be remiss if I did not speak to the fact that we have so many community partners that are interested and fully vested in providing experiences for our students here in the district, but also they support our programs and our students. And so while only four are represented here on this screen, we would be here for the rest of the night if I really told you about everyone in the community that really contributes to all of our students here in the district. So going through Bass Hall, next week, our fourth grade students will be attending Bass Hall to experience the Magic School Bus. And so that's a really cool opportunity for them as science and music come together, and those students are able to really explore this new production that they have. The Children's Education Program also provides free opportunities for our students to attend the productions that are held at Bass Hall. In addition to that, last year, students were afforded the opportunity to participate in master classes. And so they did monologues last year when To Kill a Mockingbird came in. And so that was a really unique opportunity. Bass Hall also collaborates with us with our summer programming. So All-State Choir Camp and Percussion Camp that happens in the summer, which the culminating event that happens where our students are able to then perform at Bass Hall, which is a world-class experience for the students here in the district. Collaborating in the Classroom, committed to numeracy and literacy, and our efforts to increase that across the district has really curated the experience for our K-5 students. And so they're able to witness an interactive concert experience with various topics that campuses, elementary campuses, can select based on the needs of their campus. The Fort Worth Symphony Orchestra, the Discover Series, where our students are able to attend a free concert with the Fort Worth Symphony Orchestra in collaboration with the Red Oak Foundation, where every kindergarten student that attends that concert also receives a free book. Our students in fourth grade, I laugh a little bit because they, as a part of our curriculum, they use the recorder. And if you're a parent that has a student that has ever played the recorder, you know that is a fun instrument. But they are able, this opportunity with our fourth grade students, they collaborate in concert with the Fort Worth Symphony Orchestra as a part of the curriculum that Carnegie Hall provides to the district. So also another wonderful experience. Another opportunity that Fort Worth Symphony Orchestra provides is their side-by-side concert, where this professional orchestra collaborates with a high school orchestra here in the district. And so really unique opportunity that not many other districts have the opportunity to participate in. Last year, I Am Terrell Orchestra did a side-by-side concert with Fort Worth Symphony Orchestra. This year, the Carter Riverside Orchestra has already been working, and so instrumentalists from this professional orchestra also come down to the campus and provide one-on-one training and sectionals and things like that in preparation for the event. Little known fact about Fort Worth ISD is that we were the first district to be given the designation as an all Steinway district. So every elementary, middle school, and high school has a Steinway piano, both for high quality instruction and performance. And so our fleet of pianos here in the district is at a whopping 320 pianos. And so we are tasked with taking care of those as well. Similar to CTE, our music and art teachers have begun the process of receiving the designation for TIA. Last year, our music teachers, K through 12, were a part of cohort F. And so those teachers were able to do the beginning of the year assessment and the end of the year assessment, and we correlate that information with their T-tests, and that's a wonderful experience or process that talent management and Dr. Lewis and her team worked through. And then this year, cohort G is K through 12 art teachers. So our music teachers will receive that designation in the spring of this year, and our art teachers will receive their designation in the spring of next school year. There we go. Several department accolades. I'll start with the statewide accolades, as our visual arts department is in the top 5% of all visual art programs in the state. So each of these designations has a rigorous application process where we answer questions and they get other information about the district as it relates to our commitment to arts education or theater education, music education, and that of the like. And so you'll see the 2 state designations in the middle, and then the national designations on the outside of that slide, which we are excited about and so appreciative of our teachers and their commitment to the work that they do each and every day. This slide I must boast about proudly, because our high school students, we had last year 20 all-state musicians as a part of the Texas Music Educators Association. And so here on this chart, you'll see some surrounding districts. You'll also see some other districts that are represented across the state. You won't see Dallas on there because their number is at 8, and you won't see San Antonio because their number is 1. So you'll see that our students are outperforming students statewide, and I think that speaks directly to not only the talent of our students here in Fort Worth ISD, but our teachers' commitment to really pushing them, because each of these programs, each of the divisions and audition process is really rigorous. I will also highlight that Benbrook Middle High Treble Choir was selected as an invited choir for TMEA this year, and so they will be representing Fort Worth ISD as now the 3rd ensemble ever from Fort Worth to represent Fort Worth ISD at TMEA. So really excited about Dr. Sines and the work that they're doing at Benbrook Middle High. This graph shows the trends from 2013 to where we are now as it relates to UIL music. So band, choir, and orchestra with concert and sight reading. It is our STAR test, if you will, right? So our students prepare throughout the year with skills, and they're adjudicated by judges. And ideally, our goal as a district is that we produce superior ratings, but the reality is that we have some superior and excellent, and we are still proud of those, with only a few programs receiving 3s. Despite past challenges, I think our ensembles are thriving, and our teachers are really doing great work with our students as we continue. You see the trend going back up as each of our groups move closer to that 1 that you see represented there on that slide. Our high school mariachi programs, we have 4 schools represented at State Mariachi Festival, and so Carter Riverside there earning 1s at State Mariachi Festival, and also representation from Fort Worth at Northside, Pascal, and South Hills Mariachi at the State Mariachi Festival. 2 of our theater programs advanced to area for UIL 1X Play with Arlington Heights with their production of The Old Man and the Old Moon, and I Am Terrell with A Monster Calls. We then have our visual arts competitions, and wanted to share that information with you all, as we have many students that enter contests, and so really excited about our high school numbers and the number of students that advance to state. And once they advance to state, it's also an adjudicated contest where judges then present gold seal stickers, if you will, on students' artwork. And so the artwork that you see before you is from a student at Poly. His name is Jared Castro, and this artwork received a gold seal at state vase competition. And last slide before questions, excited about this new opportunity for our department as we celebrate students that earn scholarships for their exceptional talents, but also as they embark on their post-secondary journey to major in fine arts. And our hope is that they come back to Fort Worth ISD and choose to teach, or they go out into the world and share with everyone else the great things that are happening here in the district. I'll welcome questions at this time.
Are there any comments or questions from trustees? Trustee Lubanos?
How do I do this?
Thank you, President Martinez. Thank you for this presentation, Mr. Cannon. What middle schools do we have that we have mariachi?
Yes, sir. Let me go back to that slide. Give me 1 second. So currently, we have middle school mariachi at Elder, William James, Meacham, Riverside, Rosemont, and WLI. In world languages is a little different because it's not fully mariachi. They do an Estudiantina program, which is more so folk song and not necessarily closely tied to the mariachi culture.
So what middle school is fitting to Pasco with mariachi?
At this time, there is not a middle school that feeds into Pasco that has mariachi.
But we have a program at Pasco with mariachi, right?
We do have, yes. And so many of the teachers that you see on this slide, they are itinerant teachers. So that meaning that they teach part-time at one campus and part-time at another campus. Teacher at Pascal also teaches mariachi at Poly and orchestra at Poly as well.
I see. And then I know it's not on this presentation, but I know I sent you an email last week or a couple of weeks ago about our marching bands participating in the prayer lights or the stack show. We have done that in the past, and you sent the schedule out to and I don't think there was one marching band participating in any. I believe it was Benbrook on the stack show, but not our biggest bands participating at the stack show or the parade of lights.
Yes, sir. So this year I have, as a part of the parade assignments, I have Northside and Western Hills as a part of the stock show parade. Since that email, we have added some additional campuses, but we're still finalizing that because we have some conflicts in the schedule with other events that are also happening with students.
Great. I'm glad to hear that because people are asking and parents want to go and see their students, their kids participate in these big parades that we have at the end of the year and then at the beginning of the year. So I'm glad to hear that working on the schedule. Great.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Thank you.
Trustee Dar.
Thank you, and thank you for this presentation. I truly enjoy going to marching band competitions and theater performances and choir performances, but I often kind of find out about them on the off chance. Now, a lot of my District 6 schools know to invite me because I enjoy going. Of course, I cannot go to all of them, but is there a central location on our website that we can go to find specifically fine arts events? I know that there's a place for sports. I want to know if there's one for fine arts too.
Thank you for the question, and I'm smiling and laughing because our team that's here knows that this is a project that since I've come to Fort Worth that I've been trying to find solutions for, and we have, in collaboration with our communications team, we have a dedicated landing page for all of our visual and performing arts events. So if you go to fwisd.org/VPA, there's a calendar that is there. It is also present in the Friday message, that calendar link where you can find out all of those events. This year, in addition to all of our department events, our teachers have also added all of their campus-based events that should be color-coded in the calendar based on content area that you can also find on the calendar page as well.
Okay, thank you.
Trustee Lynch.
Yes, thank you for taking the time. And I guess my first question, slide 5, the numbers, are numbers to me. Can you speak to, participation levels across the district, where we shine and where there's opportunities for improvement? Because one of the slides you shared was about academic outcomes and how those are supported with these programs.
No, absolutely, and thank you for your question. As we've been talking, our team has been talking about opportunities for growth for our department is to really push in more to some of our campuses to provide the assistance that's needed in terms of students' academic growth outside of our content area. As the data shows, we really are an untapped resource as it relates to numeracy and literacy in our district. And so what I think the numbers reflect, even more so at the middle school level, is where students in 6th grade have more opportunities to participate in fine arts as opposed to remediation. in using fine arts as a source of academic opportunity for the student to really explore their interest so that students want to come to school and they enjoy their time at school, but also so that our teachers have the opportunity to really assist with the literacy component as all of our content areas work with. One of the additional documents that we've provided with administrators, in addition to T-tests, a one-pager for what those classrooms should look like, is what writing across the curriculum would look like for each of our content areas. So not only are our students literate as it relates to the content area, but they are also writing as they're looking at artwork about what they see. They're also writing inquire about the text and what the symbolism and tying all of those things to some of the other standards cross curricular.
My next question is, how are the teachers and staff rewarded for programs where they increase enrollment? So is there a staffing guideline? You get 2 band directors if there's an X number of kids, or it's like, congratulations, you've got twice as many kids to deal with?
Yeah, there are staffing guidelines, and that is a process that talent management and myself are also looking currently at for next school year. And so we'll be able to provide an updated staffing guideline for each of our programs, because we've tasked our teachers with building programs. We want to make sure that we support them when that growth happens, that they don't add additional tasks, but that we provide the additional support that's needed to run those programs.
And I don't mean to put you on the spot, but can you provide us with what those guidelines are today rather than what we're doing for next year at some point?
I can provide you with that information after this meeting, yes, sir.
Okay, that'd be great. And the last thing, just kind of a news to me, I didn't realize we had middle schools without theater programs. Can you speak to that?
So that is something that we are currently working on across the district. And so we only have, let me go to this slide. I want to say that we don't have theater at Leonard Middle School, Young Men's or Young Women's. And so we're working to build that student interest, because that's what guides our decisions in how we provide those programs. And so collaborating with campus principals and making sure that that's something that we forecast and plan for in the future.
So it's driven by student interest?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thanks.
Trustee Dr. Ryan.
Okay, Mr. Canton, first I want to tell you thank you for a great marching contest yesterday. It was absolutely amazing. Even when you get down to 19 students on the field at Poly High School, those kids did a great job. They put everything out there that they could, and the instructors did too. So they're all working hard to make everything go as good as they can. Questions that I've got for you: how much of a budget cut did you take this last year, in percentage-wise, for the funds you had for fine arts?
So just as across the district, we experienced that. And so within that, we are kind of navigating and working through that and mitigating some of those challenges, but also seeking opportunities to get additional funding through some other sources, be it grants and things like that. I can't give you the exact number right now, but I can provide that exact number after this meeting.
Okay. All the kids that want to go into fine arts, are we able to schedule them in the fine arts, or do we lose it because there are other requirements? I know sometimes we lose them because we've got to be in an extra math class or an English class to make sure that we're doing well in that, but we've got enough periods in the day to try to make it work. Is that how, are we getting the kids in that want to be in?
So that's a great question, and to my point, I think that's an area that we're working on with counseling, as we've created scheduling drivers for instances like that. But to my point earlier, the remediation that those students are receiving from an additional course could be replaced by being placed in a fine arts class.
Okay.
And so those are conversations that we're having with counseling that I think that would really support some of the things that you're talking about.
Okay. Do you know how much money we put into elementary art?
This school year, each elementary campus is at about $650 per student. And so we're working with some of our elementary campuses, as well as our visual art coordinator, Ebony Johnson, on how we can maximize some of the resources that we already have on those campuses so that those art students at the elementary level still have that experience and are able to do what they need to do.
Okay, because I looked at what $6.50 will buy, and trying to stretch that out for a year per each kid doesn't cut it. So, I mean, but it's been that way for a long time. So that's a question. On bands, when they, like we saw last night, they're going to contest. Do we have to pay for the show? Do we have to pay for rights to be able to play the music to the arranger or the publisher or any of that?
Yeah, bands are probably one of the most, as a choir guy, my background, up until now, I didn't know how expensive bands were. And so I have learned with our team that there are certain expenses that come with that, rights to the show, props for the show, the instruments, the uniforms, and everything like that. And so we've been working, and we've provided guidelines for each of our campuses based on their classification on how much money we expend for each of those shows. And many of our campuses, in collaboration with the parent booster clubs, are able to do that. On a competitive note, there's some other opportunities that our students, as far as with color guard and things like that, that we're seeking opportunities to build those areas so that we can remain competitive with districts across our state. We've recently moved to a new region for UIL and TMEA, and so we are competing with Keller, Aledo, and Weatherford, and districts closer to Fort Worth. And so just trying to meet the Joneses where they are, but also work within the resources that we currently have here in the district is something that we're currently working on right now.
Okay, I know that years ago, Keller was putting in $30,000 per high school to do a musical each year. Do we have that kind of money for musicals for all our high schools?
That is currently not in place for our high schools, no.
Okay. Yesterday at the contest, I was looking out, and there are rental trucks everywhere. You got to have that to move it. I know Pascal has a great big trailer, but what kind of problems are we running into that? Do we need to have trucks for you, or because I know we can't get enough usually from rental places. I've seen that before. So
yeah, we've experienced challenges with rental trucks simply because of the nature of the beast after COVID happened. So many of the rental trucks that we rent, even though we have a PO in place, if Amazon calls and wants that truck, then they're going to give that truck to Amazon. And so we've been having conversations with Dr. Molinar and sharing information about how we can reduce some of those challenges. So that's something that we can bring back to you with more information.
Okay. And I guess one of the final things I do is you name districts that we were now in our region in funding that we do for fine arts, and I don't know if you know what they do in other districts. How are we stacking up against them?
That is information that I don't have right now, but I can gather that information and provide it to you.
Okay, I appreciate it. You've done an incredible job. It's neat to see the kids when they go to TMEA. It's neat to see them when they're performing everywhere else. I'm glad you're in Fort Worth ISD.
Thank you, sir. I would be remiss if I didn't acknowledge my team, those that are present, because it is not a solo job. It would not happen without our specialists and coordinators or our administrative assistants in our department. So thank you.
Trustee Bridges?
Is there some kind of competition among the drum lines on a local level or state level?
Not currently in place. I know that there are some drumline competitions that happen district-wide. I know Trimble Tech recently competed in Arlington Heights as well, competed at the HEB percussion competition, and so they experienced success with that. There also, I believe Dunbar also has traveled to Dallas before to compete in one of their campuses' competitions as well.
And last question, this is in reference to the choir at Morningside.
Yes, sir.
Utterly impressed, and I mean that. I mean as far as the sound, the excitement in those kids that were a part of the choir, and they seem to have a stronger choir there, not dissing anybody else. What's going on there? Is it a new choir teacher that's working with them?
Morningside?
Yeah.
Shonda Butler is a jewel, and she's been here in the district for a number of years. We actually recruited her from Dallas ISD. But she, along with other teachers in the district, do that work day in and day out. I can speak directly for myself. Going into a music class and participating in music changed the trajectory of my life. And so I'm glad to hear you speak about that, because so much of what our teachers do day in and day out is just a snippet of what you saw in her class.
Okay. Word.
Any other comments or questions? If not, thank you.
Thank you.
Now we will go to the remaining action items for tonight. We are up to action item 6A. Approve a resolution of the Fort Worth Independent School District nominating candidates for appointment to the Tarrant Appraisal District Board of Directors. Do I have a motion? Do we have a second? Any discussion? Please. Did you? Let me pull that up. The candidates. He wanted, Trustee LeBoto wanted to know who the candidates were.
Before we get that information, could we get the second? We didn't hear who's.
Yes, we had a second.
Trustee Jackson. Thank you.
I wanted to make a comment if I could, please.
Sure.
Carmen, I believe this is in your wheelhouse. Can you give, I guess, some direction around exactly what we're nominating for, and if these people that are up for nomination have already been nominated by other entities?
Yes, sir. Good evening, Carmen Arieta Candelaria. It's my understanding that these particular two individuals have been nominated by other entities to date, but in response to your question regarding the process, so what happens is that the current terms of the 5 appointed board members that are on the Tarrant Appraisal District, their term expires at the end of this year, December 31st, 2024. So this is the step where you nominate individuals for that board, and the taxing entities are not required to submit any nominations, but they can if they choose to do so. And these nominations can be made only by a resolution that's adopted by the board. And then the presiding officer of the governing body submits those names in the resolutions. That delegation is to myself, which upon this approval tonight, I will forward that resolution to the Tarrant Appraisal Board. But that has to be done before October 15th, 2024, in order for them to make the ballot. Once all the ballots are accumulated by the Tarrant Appraisal District, they will send out another ballot on or after October 30th. And at that time, the board also has the opportunity to use its votes to vote for the slate of officers that are on the list. And I believe that we have, there's certain requirements related to that. We have to, because we represent more than 5% of of the votes, we have to do it as soon as we receive the ballot. We have to do it either the first or the second open session, open meeting. So just depending on what that cadence is, the board has to take action within those next two open meetings.
Okay, but to be clear, the nominees are people that have already been nominated, so they will be on the ballot regardless, correct?
I believe that they both have been received nominations.
Okay.
Gloria Pena was the individual that served and that the board voted for at the last time we had a vote.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Trustee Dar?
Just to clarify, the two people that we are nominating, if a vote in favor of, would be Gloria Pena and Sayeda Bilkays Syed. And I apologize for the pronunciation of that name.
That is correct. Any further questions or discussion? If not, we'll move to voting. And the vote is 7-2.
Thank you.
The next item, 6B, is approval of appointments to the Board Audit Committee. Do I have a motion? Trustee Dar?
I don't have a nomination, but would it be appropriate to ask if anyone is interested in serving on that committee to gauge interest?
Trustee Dr. Wright?
I would be interested as well.
Who said that? Was that Toby?
Trustee
Thank you.
Jackson?
Anael is interested.
Trustee Lebanos?
President Martinez, how many members do we need?
4.
4 members, okay. How many
A
we have? We have
maximum
3 so
of
far?
4.
Yes, we have 3.
You can put me on as well.
Trustee Phillips? We have 4 nominees. Any discussion? Or actually, first we need a motion.
You do need a motion. This is one of the committees, one of the only committees that actual board vote is needed to have committee members. So we would need a motion with the 4 names and then a second and then any discussion.
The 4 interested, Trustee Dr. Ryan, Trustee Jackson, Trustee Lebanos, and Trustee Phillips. Does anyone have a motion?
I make a motion to appoint Dr. Ryan, Q. Phillips, Toby Jackson, and Anael Lebanos to the Audit Board Committee.
Do we have a second? Well, any discussion? Please move to voting. And the vote is unanimous, 9-0. And the time is 10:27 p.m. and this meeting is adjourned.
Okay, so the next meeting, we're Dr. Walton.